Alright, give this a couple of minutes. I think I need to maybe turn this down a little bit. Some kicking tunes, though. Digging this. No, I'll give it a few minutes, see if anybody shows up. Anyways, today, I want to show off this little game, Emeritus. It is completely free. Feel free to look it up yourself and try it out. I think it's quite good. And yes, we are both streaming simultaneously. This is a little bit of a stress test, actually. We want to see if this is something that we can actually do for any length of time, or if our internet is going to explode. Hence why I'm doing this and not returning the Legendary Super Warriors right now. Figure something that could do as a one-off would be a better thing to test with than part of an existing series. Anyways, I guess let's get started. Do a new game. So in this game we play as Merit. We are a Psi user, and we are exploring the Orcus Dome. Our only means of attack is this slowly charging, slowly expanding thing. If we look at the help file, we can get an introduction. Our goal is to investigate. A little bit of background on the world. PSI is a thing in this world. Psi users exist. We are one of them. The Orcus Dome is a place of madness, let's say. And weird stuff has been happening because the Psi has gone weird. So we are going to go back and try to figure out what the problem is. Dome has a bunch of stuff in it. We'll go over it as we get to it. So our goal here is to find the 3 Psi keys and return them to the places that they are supposed to be at. Find the ancient seal and bring it back to the entrance. There is a secret objective, though, that you can do if you explore the entire place. All 3,000 rooms, as you can see in the upper left there. We have 3,000 rooms, we have 10,366 monsters. The true end is achieved by exploring every single room, at which point you will find a special item. The regular end is by finding the 3 Psi keys and depositing them where they're supposed to be, and then bringing the ancient seal back here. So yeah, we kill enemies by doing this. A little bit of a stutter on my computer itself there, that was unexpected. Our little thing also will zap bullets, as you saw. So it is both our offense and our defense. These little Psi crystals we can use to upgrade. In fact, we have enough to upgrade and get ourselves a defense, as opposed to just taking damage and dying. We now have a shield. It is very crappy and useless right now. Oh my god, okay. So, as it says up there, there are exactly 10,366 monsters in this dungeon. They can and will move around, but no new ones will spawn. In fact, doors are the most dangerous thing in this dungeon right now, because enemies can and will pop through them at any point. We can eventually find some upgrades, and our first bit of exploration is going to be in service of doing so, because they are quite good. Also going to upgrade my shield again. Make a save. Okay, so here are some of the trigger tiles. We got our shield upgrade. We've got our charge upgrade, which makes our attack more powerful. And our refill, which makes it so that it takes less time for the meter at the bottom to empty back out, so we can attack more frequently. This is a checkpoint. If we have more than one found, we can warp between them. Save point. And this thing, if there are any gems laying around anywhere in the dungeon, if you activate this tile, they will all come to the room you are currently in. So you don't need to hoover up everything immediately. You can come back for them later, or have them teleported to you. Early on, you probably want to pick up as much as you can, though. Whoop. Okay, okay. Cease. Stop that. Okay. This thing will point us to the nearest object of interest. This darker colored thing, darker than the circle around it, means that one of the minor upgrades is in that direction. Once we have killed enough monsters, we can find the first key if we decide to. So we kind of want to try and go up. And find our first boss room. Well, our first kind of boss room. It's not really a boss room. You'll see what it is when we get there. Ah! Well, I've taken one of my 3 hits. Up on the very upper right, we can take 3 hits, and we have 5 lives currently. The lives counter, as long as I don't die a bunch of times in rapid succession, will not really matter. That little meter fills up as we pick up various things. And it will give us more lives every time it fills up. Knowing that the enemies will follow you from room to room makes kiting them around a rather viable and important strategy. While we're in the area, might as well make our attack a little better. Whoa, okay. Only having rather vague directional pointers to work with does make finding the rooms a little difficult. Oh, here's some stronger enemies. We are not in the greatest shape to be dealing with the orbs at the moment. Oh no. To be dealing with these orbs at the moment. But we can kill them. It's just far more dangerous than it will be later. Okay, okay. That was a little frightening. So, you know, I'm going to walk back to our starter room. This game gets very bullet hell, and I'm not great at bullet hell. Especially early on in this game when we are very weak compared to how we will be. Let's do some upgrades. The upgrades naturally get more expensive as you buy more of them. They are pretty cheap right now, but that will not be the case forever. Alright. That was actually a pretty good power-up. Ah! There is one thing that will protect us from getting stepped on by enemies as soon as we walk through a door, but we have to find it. Ah, good, another arrow. What do we got here? Okay. Let's upgrade our charge, make our attack a little better. Whoa, boy. Alright. I think it might be... Yep, here it is. Here's our first, treasure room. With our definitely not Mega Man 2 Wily stage music. The first couple of these are not particularly threatening, because none of the really strong enemies exist yet. Okay. Oh no, oh no. This is getting worse worse before it gets better. Oh, one of the invisible guys is here. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. Alright, so that gets us a bunch of gems, as you would expect. And also, we get 2 treasures. Now, before I open these, what I'm going to do is go back to our middle room real quick. And buy up some upgrades. Because in those chests can be upgrades, and getting them while they're still relatively cheap is not great. In fact, if I was going to min-max, I would save like this, go back up there, open the chests to see what's in them. And if there was an upgrade, I would reload and not open that chest until much later. But I'm not here to perfect play this. So let's see what we got. We got circuit refill. Oh, we got a very good early upgrade. Crystal efficiency up means that all those crystals we pick up are worth more. So that is excellent to get early on. And we need to be going down, okay. Time to start exploring the other directions. This is a dead end, oh well. One of the upgrades we will find eventually is, in fact, just a map. So you can see the nightmare architecture this place is made out of. Oh, that was bad play on my part. Alright. We need to go kind of that way, okay. Boy, I hope I get the thing that lets you see where enemies are soon. You take so much unintentional damage just trying to go through doors in the early game. Oop, well. Found that one nice and quick. Oh, the orbs are spawning in here now. This is going to get out of hand real quick if we don't keep them under control. We haven't seen the truly nasty enemies yet, but there are some that will make this very rough. Whoop. Alright, red's going away. We're getting there. Okay. Whew! Alright. I need you gentlemen to not come in here. Stop. Okay. Alright, where am I in relation to our upgrade room? Close enough, I'm gonna just walk back real quick. Also, bring all that stuff into this smaller room. Here we go. Ah! Okay. Let's upgrade here. Upgrade our shield twice. Shield charge. Not shield charge, circuit charge. Circuit refill. Okay. Now let's go pick up our prizes, if I can remember how to get to them. Oh, run this way. Get out of here. Okay. And here we are. Ah, metabolism increase is just I move faster now. Not a terrible upgrade, but there are a few more that I would have liked better at this point. Okay, off that way. Moving faster does naturally make it easier for us to dodge. Hey, a checkpoint finally. Can't believe that's the first one we found. Whoa, okay. There we go. Oh, jeez. I walked out of the room. I did not want to. Hello. Oh my god, okay. That went real rough. But it's okay. Yeah, the 3,000 rooms is a little bit of a paper lying, because a lot of them are very tiny. Very tiny rooms are also not great for us to engage in because of how most enemies fight. Also, those guys have two forms. When you kill them the first time, they lose their little feats. Oh boy, big laser guys. Don't like you. Okay. I have completely lost track. Also, we can see our map currently. It's, looks like this. Oh, hey, a save point. Woo. Alright. Stars we cannot cancel out, and lasers we cannot cancel out with our psi beam thing. But both items will disappear when the enemy that shot them dies. Where did you come from? Get out of here. Did that dude just pop in right on top of me? It doesn't spawn new enemies, but they will sometimes teleport around to get closer to you. Alright, so it's down to the left. Okay. Whoop. I suspect we're close. Whoa, 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 whoa. I heard that alert go off, but I don't know what it was. Because I have my part of the screen that shows I covered up, because I'm stupid. Let's move this over slightly. There we go. For some reason, my activity feed did not update with that one. But thank you for whatever that was. Oh boy! Oh no! Okay. Oh, there are so many of you guys coming in through that door. We done? You done? Oh no! Oh good, they dropped some hearts. That got a little worrying. A little bit of graphical glitching going on while I stream this. Don't know how well it's showing up on the stream itself, but it's only a minor screen tearing going on a little bit. Nothing huge. But I will note that it doesn't normally do that. You know, I thought we were close to the treasure room, but it seems like we aren't actually. Could use another... Oh, that was stupid. Another compass tile. I just want my upgrades, game. Give them to me. Ooh. Oh, the invisible guy. Oh, there are so many enemies now. Oh my god, I went into that room and I really shouldn't have. Okay. We done? We finished? Whew. That was awful, but it's okay. Oh, here it is. Found it. Unfortunately now, yep, the laser guys are gonna start spawning in here. Oh, we're gonna take our first death in here. Oh, this is getting rough. Yep, there it is. Really wish I'd found a checkpoint a little closer to that. Now to try and hike all the way back over there. Okay, it's just over there. Well, the listed objective is to find the 3 PSI keys and return them to where they're supposed to be in this dungeon. There's a secret objective we can do instead. But the base story of the game is to find the 3 PSI keys and the ancient seal. Alright, let's charge up. Man, I got so close to the end of that. Oh, we got our lost life back at least. Alright, now what I should definitely do is take these crystals back to the main room to upgrade. Because I can probably buy a good number of upgrades before possibly getting a freebie. Alright, let's upgrade shield. So let's call the crystals here. There we go. Pick up the rest of them. Charge. Refill. Another shield. Let's go get our presents. Good evening. How do I get back over there? This way. Get out of here. Oh no, oh no. Well, I took 2 hits there that I really didn't need to. Thanks, game. Up and around. Okay. Oh, hey, we got the map. There's the map. See it in the bottom right. $3,000 rooms. The secret ending is unlocked by exploring every single one of them. If you want to go that route, the best thing to do is to face none of the bosses until you've explored everything but the boss rooms. The real boss rooms, that is. Because the enemies power up with each boss that you've defeated. So you can explore the whole place with the enemies at their weakest state. And get your prize at the end. Woohoo! Boy, I need that monocle item. You can see in the upper left the percentage of rooms that we've explored and the percentage of enemies that we've killed. Also the levels of my various items. So I can level up my shield charge once more. Or refill. Yeah, if I find another checkpoint, I'll do it. Alright, over that way. Okay. I did not mean to walk through that door. Whoops. There was an invisible guy right there, and I killed him. I can't believe how few and far between the checkpoint rooms have been so far. Usually I'm just stumbling over those things constantly. Needs to be more right than down. I say I want to go more right, but there is no way to go right from here. And this is a dead end. Whoa! Hello. I should really make my way back to the center instead of doing what I'm doing. But I'm an idiot. I wonder if I move this over here. Ah, yeah, okay, that's what's doing it. I can fix that screen tearing for myself. Trying to attack me while I'm not looking. What a jerk move. There we go. I want to keep that visible so I can see if I'm dropping frames. So I guess I'll just put this over here. And these can both come over here. There we go, that'll do. There we go, I got rid of the screen tearing. Alright, cool. Anyways. Actually, if I readjust this a little bit more, put this here. Might be able to actually see my alerts now, too. There we go. I haven't mentioned it, but also you can tell how much trouble the game thinks you're in terms of enemy threat by the current coloration of the room you're in. Now this is called Meritus. And if you search for it online, you can download it and play it completely for free yourself. It is an okay game. Little clunky. Difficulty curve kind of goes all over the place. But I think it's pretty fun. Oh, that was frightening. Okay. There we go. Ah! We'll never get to see what those invisible guys look like, but we will eventually be able to see where they are. So we won't get surprised as much. I like this background tune. Oh boy, I am so very lost. I would love to find a checkpoint room game. Just one. Whoop. Yeah, it does seem like there's not enough monsters, doesn't it? But given how small a lot of the rooms are, I kind of get it. Ouch. You know what, I'm close enough to the checkpoint room that I know about. Let's just hop back to the center here and upgrade ourselves a bit. You can see we're up to 6 lives now. Alright. Let's bump up our charge, our refill. And let's do refill again. More slightly weaker attacks seems like a better idea at the moment. Alright, let's just get back to exploring kind of willy-nilly. Should be purposefully trying to find them upgrades, but I feel like just wandering around blindly will probably do us better. Yes. They are. The dungeon is randomly generated per run. The treasure rooms are scattered around, the 3 keys are scattered around, and the 3 rooms you have to put the keys are also scattered around. Returning a key to where it's supposed to be lets you fight one of the game's real bosses. So as long as we don't pick up any of the keys, we don't have to worry about accidentally triggering a proper boss. You cannot just curb stomp the bosses, though. They do, in fact, scale to your current stats, so they always stay a bit of a challenge. Gentlemen, allow me to enter your room. Okay, kinda straight down this way, huh? Whoop. It's very easy to accidentally walk through doors in this because there's no, like, button for it. You just touch the door and congratulations, you're on the other side of a door. Ooh, boy, hello. Alright, so I want me to go down, but there's actually no way down from this side. So probably need to go over there if I were to venture a guess. Not down there, clearly. No, over here. Of note, for the secret ending, you just have to explore all rooms. You do not have to kill every enemy. Though given the way they will follow you around and can teleport around a little bit, you will probably have killed most of them by the end. I got the true end once over the course of a couple of days. I feel like if you are actually good at the game and know what you're doing, you'd probably get a regular ending in a couple of hours. So you could do it in one sitting if you wanted to. The true end is a little time-consuming just by nature of you have to explore every single room. That was needlessly dangerous of me. I've also gotten off track from what I was originally doing. I wanted to go find that treasure room, but I started just exploring instead. I will note that if you have not killed most of the enemies by the time you find the Ancient Seal, if you're going for the regular ending, oh boy, are you not going to have a good time for the last run. Because that transforms all the enemies into a very obnoxious enemy that all start homing in on you while you try to make your way back to the starting room. An enemy that has like 8 forms and lots of terrible attacks, and it's real bad. Alright, so down this way. Well, so far, still not seen any dropped frames. It's looking like Cess and I might be able to actually stream at the same time if we want to, which is good to know.
I don't know, they're like very much talking about how playing is going to eat my soul, so
have to make some plans, possibly. Some schemes. Some shenanigans. I could upgrade my circuit charge. Be cool if I could find a single other checkpoint tile in this godforsaken labyrinth. Oh, I haven't mentioned it, but you'll see a circle and a cross kind of popping around. And, the circle means an enemy is in range of my attack. The cross means the enemy will die from my attack. And no, checkpoints and saves are not the same thing. Save spots just let you save the game, and checkpoints let you warp around the dungeon. Save points do not allow that. This is not the correct thing. Incidentally, the only controls for this game are the arrow keys, the space bar, P to pause, which also tells you how long you've been playing in the bottom right. I didn't notice that. 36 minutes. And escape to quit. Oh no! Well, that was frightening. Checkpoints are also the spot you go back to when you inevitably die. Saves literally just allow you to save your game. So the fact that they're scattered around the dungeon is a little weird. Oh, thank God, I wanted that hit point back. We will only ever have 3 hit points until very close to the end of the game if we go for the true end. The last item that we find will give us more HP, as well as a few other bonuses. But that's very far away. Also of note, if you pick up the Ancient Seal for the regular ending, you can no longer, as soon as you pick it up, go for the true end. Because it locks all doors that you have not gone through to funnel you back towards the start room to get the regular ending. Oh, hello. First one of you guys. In big rooms, those dudes aren't really threatening. Elsewhere, they can be quite threatening.
oh yeah.
Oh no! Or if there's a whole bunch of dudes all in one room. Okay, whew. My god. Okay. Oh, I've made an error. The weird thing is I found this game again recently, and I was like, I recorded this on my channel, right? So I did a search and found that no, I hadn't. So I'm just inventing things that didn't happen, a whole cloth in my head. The treasure room's gotta be somewhere around here. Idiot. Oh, it's like right there. It's gotta be through this door right here. Or very close to it. Shows what I know. Dude. God, I wish I had the monocle. The monocle is the upgrade that allows you to see where enemies are, even in rooms that you're not in. Oh boy. These shitty little blobs are one of the worst enemies. There it is. There it is. Boy, it's gonna be disappointing when I die in here. And have to find my way back. Really, part of the strategy of this game is knowing how much to charge up. Because there are some things that you really don't want to have sticking around too long. Yeah, I don't know why this is so very obviously Mega Man inspired. This one piece of music. The rest isn't. It's only this one. It's very bizarre. Whew! Alright. That wasn't that bad. That was okay. Circuit charge. Circuit booster, which just makes our attack a little stronger on top of what we've got. Always helpful. Haven't gotten any of the really convenient upgrades yet, which is a little annoying. Sir, I'm speaking. Go away. I'm going to save. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. Actually, I'm gonna look around the map for a little bit. I want to show you guys something. This right here. In the bottom left, that room with the 4 dots in it that the square is kind of jiggling about right now. That is a boss room. We won't be able to get in there without one of the psi keys. Can you see the psi key? Yeah, this right here, this other room with the many dots in it that I'm jiggling around. This is where one of the keys is. So the map is kind of useful for finding those. Oh, 2 of them right next to each other, look at that. You can't use that to cheat and find where the seal is, though, I don't think, unless the seal has a specific sort of spawning rule. Because the seal just spawns in a regular-looking room. It will not spawn until the 3 bosses have been defeated, though.
Chestnut. And he's like, Chestnut. And he's like, oh, it's
The 3 keys are super cool looking. They're all weapons, but they don't do anything aside from being plot points. Ooh boy, okay. Well, took that hit needlessly. Okay. Oh my god, a checkpoint. We found one. Finally. I'm on vacation for a while here. I might try and actually stream a little bit more, knowing now that this is something that we can do without disrupting each other too much. I also need to record a Millennia video one of these days. Got to refresh myself on what I was doing. I had to watch the previous video. I hate watching my own videos. But you know what? Well, let's get back over here. Oh, took that hit because I'm just playing bad. Oh, hello, Invisible Man. I should probably be exploring more directions than this, but I would like to find another compass point. Give me an idea of which way I should be trying to go. I could have just gone back to one that I knew where it was, but again, that would be smart thinking, and that's not how we do things here. Okay. Ah, this is an extremely bad combination of enemies. Okay. I haven't seen any of the real fun boys. There's a particular enemy that has like 5 forms normally, and they spam some very obnoxious bullet patterns. Oddly enough, the attacks of those invisible guys aren't actually that threatening. It's just the fact that they can just pop up on you until you have a certain upgrade that makes them a little dangerous. Also, they actually have surprisingly high health. You gotta have a pretty good charge to kill them. But even now, from where we started at, you can see that we are far more formidable than we initially were. Alright, this is not an advantageous room to be engaging that guy in. Ow. God damn it. Getting the monocle late always sucks. In terms of the optional upgrades that I'm hunting down right now, we've got about half of them, I want to say? I forget the exact number. I could look it up, but I don't want to change Windows right now. The homepage for the game actually has what all of them are and what they all do listed right on it. Hey, a checkpoint room. Nice. The fact that they're all down in this direction is a little bothersome, but, you know, what are you gonna do? I haven't really explored the other directions, so that's partly on me. Alright. Oh, little rooms and those guys are not a good combo. The little popping noise you hear every now and then is when I actually take damage from an attack. And the little, like, aura noise is when I get a hit point back. Or get an extra life, depending. Oh, there's a new enemy we haven't seen. It's dead, though. They just fire lasers all over the place, which makes them moderately frightening. We've now hit the point where getting the upgrades out of chests isn't that bad, because they've started to get very expensive to buy. I walked right onto that. I can't believe I did that. Stop. Okay. I'm just aimlessly, directionlessly wandering because I can't find another compass point to tell me which way to go. Oh well. I do want to explore all the rooms in the end anyway, so, bit of aimless wandering will save me some time later, I suppose. That's a shield upgrade tile. I don't have enough crystals. Another checkpoint. Could warp back to the middle and explore a different direction. When they're alone, the single laser guys aren't that bad. Okay, that lighter one of the two arrows is pointing us towards the first side key. The darker one is pointing us towards our upgrade, which is kind of down right. So let's see if we can get over that way. I want to go this way. I should have really retreated from that room instead of standing there like an idiot, but... hindsight. And yeah, we don't want to be hanging out in that room with that guy. This room is a better engagement point. Alright. Update that save. Oh boy, that's a... not a... Nope, 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 nope. No, sir. Okay, 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 okay. Oh, that was a death I absolutely did not need to take, but I'm an idiot. It's very easy to get greedy in this game. Eh, got my life back though, so whatever. Okay, okay, okay. Will we beat this game today? Highly unlikely. Oh boy. Okay. I did not want to run out that door. That just made life significantly worse. Well, that wasn't clean, but it worked. Ugh. Got kind of a yellow hue going on here. Am I close to a room, to one of the treasure rooms, maybe? Oh boy. I was not expecting to see you there. Okay. I could bump up my shield another level. That would be nice. Ah, hello. Nice rules icon, I approve. Might buy a checkpoint. Kinda. I am actually gonna go back to it. I want the... I'm not gonna go back to it that way. I do it down and around, okay. I do want to upgrade my shield. This is called Meritus. It is a free, kind of roguelike game. We want to get back down to... Was this it? Was this it? Was this it? This one, this one, this one. Whoa! Sir, not okay. Alright. Okay. Oh, Invisible Man. He spooked me out the door, which, Gentlemen. Ugh. Tactical retreats, very important sometimes. Need another compass point room so I can recheck where the treasure is compared to where I am. Oh boy! Okay. You were not there a second ago. Where did you come from? Probably down here. Okay. Alright, finding lots of dead ends. Invisible. Hey, another checkpoint. Handy. That's much closer to here when I inevitably die doing something stupid. Alright, alright, alright. Ow. Oh, speaking of gonna die, that seems to be what's on the agenda. Nope. Got all my health back. Never mind. Everything is fine. I didn't make very poor decisions. More accurately, I did, but they ended out okay. Alright, alright, alright. Seriously, where the crap is the treasure room that was pointed to? I've gotten so far off the mark at this point, I don't even know what I'm looking for. Alright, alright. They're usually bigger rooms, so I bet you it's that right there. This one, this square. Just running right into one of them machine gun guys. Always a bit worrying. Okay, so we go this way, then up. Let's see if my theory is correct. Alright, my theory is correct. Up here should be it. Hey! I'm learning. Oh, this one is rough. This one isn't good. Oh no. If you just don't want to be absolutely overwhelmed, then blobs are like priority number one to get rid of. Ouch. I think I'll live. We've gotten out of the red. I think we'll be okay. Phew! Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay. I have been practicing this game a little bit, I will admit, before I decided to do this. Circuit upgrade. The dodge enhancer, which could be better. Dodge enhancer just makes it so the enemies have to hit a little closer to you to actually hit you. So it's like, it's useful, but it's not what I wanted. There are a couple of upgrades that would be real great right now. The Psi Crystal Attractor would be nice. There is a thing that makes your shield recharge faster, which is excellent. And those are really the two that I want. Also the thing that lets me see where enemies are everywhere would be appreciated. And I think that's actually all the ones that are left. You can take 3 hits, and good night, Eternity. You can take 3 hits, and I currently have 8 lives, but you gain extra lives relatively quickly, so as long as you're not dying repeatedly, it's not really something to worry about. Alright, since we're actually by the checkpoint, let's hop back here. Whoop, okay. Get that refill upgrade. Pick these up. We have a compass nearby. We do. Let's go check that out real quick. Let's see what vague direction it wants me to go. Up that way. Cool. Alright. Let's go up. Maybe we'll, actually... Maybe we'll see one of the treasure rooms. I'm gonna guess this is where I want to go. Heaven's Gate is a cult. It was. Pretty sure they're all dead. How's Book of Travels doing, by the way? Yeah. Disappointing, but it ends up that way a lot. We want to go, what's like, up and around in the other room. You can't see me, though. I'm invisible. Alright. People looking at my stream can kind of see you, though. I don't know if anyone is actually looking at my stream still. I've had a couple people come in and out. Which, as always, is better than I expect these to do. That low self-esteem. Lurking is cool. It's generally what I do when I watch streams. Can't believe I took a hit there. How do I get to where I'm going? What's it like if I go down and around? Really, that's the problem with this map. It is very difficult to read. Yeah. This is a roguelike sort of game. We are exploring the Orcus Dome as Psi user Merit to figure out why things are going kinda nuts. This is a freebie game. If you search for Meritus, you can find the website and download it for free. I'd actually hardly recommend it. It is a good game to just waste some time with. You start out very weak, but you power up pretty quickly. Alright, we're almost to what I suspect is our upgrade room. Whoa, 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 okay. Alright, and yes, I was right. Please don't be as rough as that last one was. That was terrifying. I still love the Wily Stage 2 music for no reason here. Like, I realize it's not actually it, but it's very, very serial numbers filed off version. Ah, Invisible Man. Spawned directly on top of me, not cool. Oh, what upgrade do I want? I would love the monocle. Give me the monocle. Wow, this room was way less defended than the last one. Is this Woodman? Whoa, no. Oh god, the flood of enemies is actually worse than what was in here. Okay, whew. Alright. Ah, the Crystal Gatherer. Handy. Not the one I wanted the most, but it's still a good one. Because now I don't have to, like, run around and hoover up all the gems. They will just come to me. Speaking of, let's just eat up any that I missed. There we go. Now, if I look at the map, are there any other perfectly squarish rooms nearby? There's one way over here. I don't like that. There's one down there. Well, I think for now I'm just gonna have to walk around until we find a, They're not much better in person. This game has a very small resolution. I'm sure you can see me in my webcam, like, leaning in on the screen really closely when I try to read those. I think we're just gonna have to walk around until we find a compass point room. Oh. I found one. Whoa, ouch. Alright, up left. Somewhere up in this area, maybe? I want to say it's 800 by 600-ish. I'm not 100% confident. It's a pretty small window, though. Ouch. God damn it. This is why I need that monocle. I need to know when things are going to come into the room on me. That was a dead end. Got one of my hit points back, though, so I'm not in immediate threat of dying. And that's both my hit points back. Okay. Wow. We done? Man, I hope the monocle isn't the last item I get this time. I can wait for the shield recharge enhancer. I'm fine waiting on that a little longer. Please, just let me see where the enemies are. Too bad. I don't think Cess and I have access to Stream Squad. I feel like that would kind of be the way to go. Since I feel like there's a lot of overlap between the two of us for what people want to see. Gotcha. Alright, still want to go up that way. Whoa, whoa, stop. Stop. Invisible. Okay. Seriously, stop coming in the room. Okay. Upper left of here. Maybe one of these rooms right there? Maybe this one specifically, right in roughly the middle? How do I get up there from here? I want to go north, it looks like. You kind of learn how to read those little maps from playing the game enough. It never gets good, though. What? Did that man just walk into the room and spontaneously die? Oh my god, stop. Cease. Okay. Alright, we want to kind of come around this way. I feel like I've erred. Yeah, I don't really want to be up here, but might as well clear it out since this is mostly a dead end anyway. Oh, this will actually... Okay, no, my theory was way off. It must be this room. Which... I don't think I can get to it from here, but let's clear out the dead end. Whoop, time to escape from that situation. Yeah, this is an old game. That's very much my speed, though, ain't it? Still works just fine on Windows, whatever I'm on, 10. My computer's a little too old for me to want to risk upgrading to Windows 11. Alright, we're trying to get up there. Yeah, we can get there from here. Ooh, boy. Look out. Okay. Actually, I will be right back. I see you, buddy. Yeah, I will be right back. Alright, I return. I also like old freeware games very much. I miss the shareware era, in a sense, too. Also the era of, like, demo discs. Alright, to get up there, we want to go up and around. I wish I had my old stash of demo discs, but that's either gone or with my parents back in the States. I guess gone at this point, because they did take up a lot of space. Ooh boy, hello. Okay. Sometimes you step into a room in this game, and very frightening things occur. Okay. Alright, let's see if my spider sense is still correct, and this is, in fact, a treasure room. Haha, I'm getting good. I'm getting good. Oh god, it's gonna be full of blobs. Oh no. We might eat to death in this one. Woodman, save me. Alright, looks like they ran out of blobs. I think we're okay. Oh, big laser guys. There are the blobs. And an invisible dude. Alright. Circuit upgrade. Shield upgrade, and the shield boost. Ugh, of course. The one I really wanted is the last one we're gonna get. Annoying. The shield boost is nice though, it makes our shield recharge faster. Which does make us more survivable, but it's just not as good as being able to see the enemies before you go into a room. Boy, these got expensive. Oh hey, it's the guy. These guys have like 4 forms, and they can be very nasty, and they're in a room with a lot of other things. Just by themselves, though, they're not too threatening. Alright, I guess let's just explore around until we figure out roughly where we need to go next. That is kind of the loop of this game. If the artifact crystal device is not working at the moment, that means that there are no crystals just laying around. Okay. What? You guys. Where did you all come from? Clearly down here, okay. Fair enough. Well, since we're in the vicinity, I'll show you guys the actual boss room area. It is right here. We cannot go in, though. We need the correct PSI key to be able to go in here. But, so for now, any door that goes into this room will be locked like this. Oh boy, this is not where I want to be facing a bunch of the, blobs. Why are there so many blobs? Get out of here. We need to go down left. That could be any of a number of rooms. We don't have a good enough rating. Why are there so many blobs here? Oop. Let it go a little too early. There we go. Okay. As you might have guessed, considering we've got almost all the upgrades that exist, getting the true ending is a little bit on the tedious side. Because you end up having to walk through a lot of rooms. Yeah, checkpoint room, nice. Well after you've gotten everything that you need. And one of the more hilarious things in this game, though, if you go for the normal ending, the final boss gives you this big old, like, motive rant about everything that sounds kind of made up, honestly, because it doesn't match what everything else in the game tells you. But if you have the, item you need to get the true ending, your character just kind of, like, they notice what you have and just kind of stop and go into the fight early. Ouch. I just got annihilated by lasers, but it's okay. Ouch, I just got annihilated by stepping on a blob. Ooh, look out. Okay. Alright. We've killed about a quarter of the enemies in the game. Not bad, not bad. Ouch. Errors were made. Do not engage the blob in that tiny room. That will just end badly. I should have gotten some water when I stood up. Yeah, nice even 25%. Gotta go for all 100% this run. 100% rooms, 100% enemies. Alright. Once again, do not engage the blob in that tight corridor. It will end poorly. Remember that. Okay. I hope everybody had a good Christmas. I've actually got my Christmas tie on here. That's the wrong side of the tie. There we go. Wore this to school my last day in, and the kids all got a kick out of it. Alright, very much down. Still can't exactly tell. I do want to go for the true ending. We should probably explore these little side paths while we're in the area. That was stupid. Okay. Kill that thing before it... Oh, whoa. Alright. Get rid of these laser man. Alright, looks like we're going on a path that's going to lead us up to around the backside of the boss room. That's fine. Okay. That orb. I do like how its sprite changes to be more and more broken each time you kill it. That's a neat touch. Ouch. Ouch. Oh, that was poor decision making. Yeah, we're at the boss room again. The boss rooms are pretty large and visible. Okay. All right. Okay, we've completely cleared out the area around one of the boss rooms. There are 3 bosses. I believe no matter what key you pick up first, you fight the bosses in the same order, though. I'm not 100% on that. But I think it's the case. Get out of here, Star Orb. Alright, we've cleared out this path pretty well. I guess now the task is to... You know what, let's just hop over here. Just for fun. Whew. See if we can triangulate where that upgrade room is. While also exploring a little more. Alright. Laserman, get out of here. Oh, I got enough to buy a shield upgrade. There we go. Just happened to be right next to a shield upgrade square. That was very lucky. That was less lucky. Ah, I'm down in the very south. This is likely not going to be great for triangulating. I feel like where I want to be is more up that way. Yeah, up left. Are you kidding me? What is that? There should not be that many guys in a room that size. Ah! Can't believe we've only been in 512 rooms. Alright, this looks like it's probably a dead end down here, so we might as well get it. Alright, looks like this is where these are going to connect. Get some of these branches together. Alright, still up until the left, huh? We're gonna aim up and left. There's still a very large amount of area that could be in. So yeah, we're just gonna have to kind of bumble around until we find this last one, I think. I'm not gonna be able to accurately predict where it is very easily. I will say, if you do want to play this for yourself, you do want to get these upgrades probably before you do your first actual boss, just because, boy, the enemies start getting real mean when you start killing bosses. Their attack patterns change, they start moving faster. So even if you don't want to go for the true ending by exploring all 3,000 rooms, get these optional upgrades first. Just trust me. Where are you guys coming from? Ah, ah. Yeah, let's already closer to being more up than left, so that's good. He says, going straight down for a while. Oh, that was scary. Okay. This map is very confusing sometimes. By sometimes, I mean most of the time. As if it was done that way on purpose. Okay. Meridir's got quite the body count on his hands, doesn't he? Actually, these are shadows. Maybe they don't have bodies so much. Been a while since we saved. Let's update that. Well, that was a very scary room, but they all died very quickly. As most of the damage I take continues to be from stepping on an enemy as soon as I walk through a door. Okay. Looking good. Speaking of... Oh, that worked me all the way back over here. You know, let's just go... Whoa! Excuse you. Let's go from the center and see what we can find. You know, looks like this was after the call. So apparently... Holy ooh. Okay. So it looks like it was a bit more off the center room than where I was anyway. Alright. Alright. Oh. Getting trigger happy. Dead ends. Okay. Oh no! Alright. Why are there so many enemies? Get out of here. Holy crap. What is happening? Stop. No! Cease! Please, what have I done to you? You done? Can we chill now? No, no we can't. Why are these rooms so dense? What is happening? My God. Alright, I think we're okay for a second. Dear Lord. Alright. At least the general enemy density should be maybe a little less terrible in this general vicinity. That's wishful thinking, I realize. Alright, alright. Please no. Alright. I mean, I got 12 people watching. That's the higher end for me. Thank you. Check it in while I just play dumb video games. Badly. Okay. I'd love to get this last upgrade. Hey, a checkpoint. Good. One that's actually kind of where I am. Right by a dead end. Thanks. Ouch. God, I need that monocle. Let's just, fill in this map here a little bit. There we go. Okay, looking good, looking good. Looking less good. Okay. Ah. All right. Oh, hey. Exactly what I was looking for. We need to go more up. You know, it's like up predominantly. I need to find a way to go up. Need these to stop. Cease. Okay. Oh, that was a dead end. So we want to go back up and around here. Back up and around here. we want to go more up. Well, that was a deeply frightening room. I were to guess, maybe that room there. Maybe not, though. I think for now we'll just kind of drift northward, filling in rooms as we go. I realize I'm drifting southward now, but... Hush, phone. Alright, there we go. Linked up. Oh no! Gotta love when the pinata pops out. Almost 25% of the rooms explored. I got a nice 33.3% of enemies killed. Gotta fix the psi energy by killing all the monsters, I guess. That has nothing to do with it, but it's just kind of happening in the process. Got a dead end here. Oh, with the blob in it. I didn't actually mean to exit the room like that, it just kind of happened. This time I do in fact mean to exit the room, though. We'll eventually stumble upon our last treasure room. Well, the color made me think maybe this was it, but the music didn't change, so it's not. Alright, it's to the left. I see a few candidates over there. I thought you were dead. I don't need you guys following me endlessly, please. There we go. Whew. Keep going left. I do not like this room. Alright. not that room down there, is it? Let's find out. Ah! Okay, no, it was not this room. Oh good, a closer checkpoint. It's actually important, given I keep taking damage doing idiot things. Could use another compass point, that would be helpful. I'm pretty sure I just need to go up. Another checkpoint. Getting the fast travel will be useful later, at least. Oh. This isn't really accomplishing the goal I initially set out for, but exploring down this dead-end path of a room as will save me trouble later. Also, the more enemies that we kill, the less trouble we'll have later on. Okay. Oh, that all actually linked around very nicely. That was a good loop. Okay. Actually kill it. There, there. It's a dead end, not excellent. This one even less so, oh boy. Let's connect this up. Connect these up. There we go. Looks like we might be able to... Nope, this is just a dead end. Alright, connect that all up. Nice. Good. Connect these up. There we go, 25% room is cleared. Not bad. Blob in a tiny room. Very bad. Dead end. Not a dead end. Alright. Now we can start heading vaguely up again. Let's go. Alright, so up that way. Probably over there. Let's clear out this dead end we're in. Which is, in fact, not a dead end at all. That was a lie. Okay. I'm thinking that room right there. Let's go up that way. We want to circle around this way, come up. Like this. Here we go. Let's connect these two paths together real quick while I'm thinking about it. Oh, this is a danger room. These crystal orb things get far more dangerous when there's a bunch of them together. Only one is manageable when you have some room to work with. Alright, this is our last one. Which means this is probably going to be real mean. Yep, we got the orbs, we got the orbs. Yeah, I can kind of see the Mac aesthetic. Enemies? Okay. Just let me have a little short break there, I guess. Alright. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, I think the orb's the last thing. And it was. Okay. Get out of here. Alright, now we've got the monocle so we can see where enemies are. Thank Christ. And just some crystals. So now the only thing we have left is to go actually get the keys. And if we want to get the true ending, to explore all the rooms. And really, if you want to get the true ending, exploring at least most of the rooms before dealing with the keys is definitely recommended. But now we can just kind of run around and casually murder things. Really, the main bonus of this monocle is you can see when things are heading towards the door so that you don't try and walk through the door while something is going to come step on you. Also note that we are only at about 75% of our current power. But at this point, the upgrades have gotten so expensive that it's highly unlikely we will get too much further under our own ability. Finding this orb in a small room is a terrible idea. This is a little better. Enemies that are tracking you attempt to take the straightest possible route to you, so you can watch them sometimes get hung up on walls, even when they logically shouldn't. Usually if there's a door nearby, they can figure it out, but sometimes they just can't. Having the monocle is not a failsafe entirely, though. Since you can't tell what enemy is lurking, you can still end up in a real ugly spot. Another blob. Okay. Let's see if we can get up into the corner, just for fun. Oh my god, no. You really don't want to get too close to those laser guys. Alright. And let go a little too early and took damage. That's what you get. I see another dead end down there. Let's go fill that in real quick, because there's not a quick way to get back over here, it looks like. If we find a checkpoint room, we can upgrade something. Or if I just find an upgrade panel in one of the rooms. Such as this one. What is this one? Refill. You know what, that's fine. I'll take the refill for now. Charge would have also probably been helpful, but... There we go. Alright, that's another dead end. enemies. So does that. Most of these things aren't super threats to us anymore. Though. Alright. Crystal orbs. Get out of here. I don't know what makes some of the enemies wake up and come after you. It seems to just be random. Oh, I thought I thought you were dead. All right. Alright, that's one corner down. Kind of corner. I guess it's not like the true corner, but it's close enough. Okay. I'm surprised I didn't take damage during that. Merit has gotten pretty tough, though. Oh, 11 lives, too. Not bad. Can afford to make some mistakes. Here and there. It'd still be better to not, but... if I do dumb things, it's not the end of the world. Okay. Hey, checkpoint room. Handy. Could use that to hop somewhere else. But we got plenty to explore over here. Well, that was upsetting to walk into. It was also slightly upsetting to walk into. Give me all them crystals. A room packed full of ugly enemies at the dead end. Awful. Make a neat little fractal-looking picture up in the upper right map as you explore more. The true pain happens when you need to get when you get down to having like a couple of rooms left. And they're just scattered everywhere. Let's get the corner over here. I see those rooms in the middle there. Okay. Looking good. Looking less good. Looking better. Alright. Yeah, closing in on 1,000 rooms explored of 3,000. Not bad. It goes relatively quick. Relatively being the key term here. Boy, I wish I had some water. But I am too stupid, don't have any. Okay. Alright, he's coming for me. A little nothing enemy. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Lobbies do not appreciate. Alright, let's do that. Kill these guys. Look at that guy go. I love it when this happens. Now I've gotten a lot buffer, seeing those big old rooms full of dudes is a little less intimidating. Alright. Ouch. Alright, taking damage to save time. Except we're specifically taking the route that does not save time at all. We're taking the long route. I wonder if there's an optimal strategy to explore the rooms in this. Probably. It takes so many enemies to buy an upgrade now. One man was not meant to hold this much power, I guess. Okay, okay. Calling this a red room game? Really? There you go, that's a red room. Whoop, here come some friends. Here come a lot of friends. Oh, that hurt. That hurt real bad. I need some of you guys to drop hearts for me. Thank you. Much obliged. Oh, one of the boss rooms is all the way down here in this corner. That's terrible. I'll have to remember that. Alright, little orb, not in that room. Another orb in a room way too small for it. Okay. Now if we go up and around, we can get that other little offshoot room. So many of these crystal orbs all of a sudden. Alright. Gonna have to buy a charge upgrade. If I stumble across another teleport room, I'll have to hop back. Hey, speaking of. Charge is this one. let's come over here again. Let's open up the path to that boss room, I think. Oh, another slightly closer teleport for it, that's good. Hopefully find a teleport room like right on top of it so I can just warp over there when the time comes. But I don't think we'll be that lucky. Ouch. Oh, that was dumb. Lots of enemies over here. Whoa! Lots of enemies over here. Alright. Boss room is down. So are you kidding me? Alright. I walked right into that damage, that was all me. Alright, I think that's... yeah, that's literally the only way into this boss room, so... That's only a minor annoyance. Well, that was scary. So is that. I don't want to fight you in there. Okay, that's looking good. Got a little side room over here. What's that? Got a friend coming to play. Now it's dead. These little holes, there we go. Cartography simulator. You know, I'd actually play that, like a Age of Explorers era kind of make a map of the world. That seems like it'd be fun, honestly. Unless that already exists, in which point I need to go find it. That's a pair of enemies that is not ideal. Okay. All of you guys dead. I could probably be exploring these rooms in a better manner, but I'm just kind of moving towards where big groups of enemies are. I want to farm up gems, get some more, get the few more upgrades that we'll be likely to be able to buy. While slowly marching towards 100% map completion. So, anybody out there watching got any plans for the new year? Or is everybody gonna be safe and stay home? We're probably gonna be staying home just because we don't really got anybody to go visit. We would go out to the local shrine, but it's cold and there's gonna be way too many people there probably. Let's go this way. No plans here, ah. Okay. That's fair. Oh hey, a booster shot, nice. We can't get our booster shots yet. I would love to, but not yet. And hello, Zebrafinch, how are you? Only doing boosters here in Japan for people who either really need it or if it's been 8 months, and we do not fall into either at the moment. You'd be surprised how many people, I think, discovered my channel through that dumb game, and I don't know why everybody knew what it was except for me. I had literally never heard of it before. I still remember that whole process. I got it along with Forbidden Forest 3. I was like, alright, I know what Forbidden Forest 3 is. Let's install this thing and see what it is. Saw the opening cutscene. Was like, oh boy, I need to share this with the world. Stopped playing and worked on figuring out how to get it to record. Because that was a lot of effort. That was not easy to record. Alright. Got most of that filled in. That's good. That's good. Oh, look there. Okay. God, it's hard to read those maps. Yeah, I feel like a lot of that game's weirdness was probably translation related, but I also feel like it was just a very weird game. Okay. God, I see all these little, like, one square rooms I missed in various spots, and I'm just like, cleaning this up is gonna be awful.
I'll be right back.
I also have a fondness for my Panic run-throughs. Panic is a game I still occasionally load up just for laughs. I feel like, in truth, it doesn't necessarily deserve it, but I like it. Oh god. Okay. Whew. That was bad. Ouch. Yeah, I knew that was coming eventually. The Arma people. That is information that is both surprising and makes a lot of sense at the same time, somehow. Okay. I'm really sad, because I don't feel like I'm ever going to run into something that hits me the same way Missing in Lost Island did ever again in terms of, like, the channel, or just, like, real life. That was just such an eye-opening experience. You got some real weird stuff during that era. It's really something. They were so few and far between that I feel like the people that bothered to make them felt like they could do whatever. Which led to some real gems. I also love the games that just kind of blatantly steal things a little bit. Okay. Filled that in nicely. I feel like I want to go down here and get this pile of rooms. I think we want to go around this way. Not that way, though. Wait a minute. No, I did go that way. Okay. I have erred. It cannot go this way. How do I get down there? Let's look around that way. Okay. Nope, this way. Nope, not the room for you. Still not the room for you. Okay. This should be a little better. Why is this so yellow? The game's trying to make me feel like this area is threatening, but there's like nothing here. Oop. I guess I am by a boss room, kinda. Oh boy. Should not have been talking shit. Clearly. Punished for talking shit immediately. Oh man, Gazillionaire Deluxe. Not something I played a lot, but I have memories of it. Alright. Here we go, here we go. I almost got this branch completely filled out, that's good. Ah! Alright, there's one room up there. How do I get up there? This way. Okay. Now, if we kind of head over to the right here... we can get to another batch of rooms. Yeah, here we go. Nope, not that way. This way. Oh, here comes the whole gang. Hey, the gang's all here, and they're all dead. That was a bigger pile of enemies than I was expecting. Let's go. All right. Pause this for a second. I need to plug this in. There we go. All right. Back to exploring. Alright, looks like this whole area kind of connects in upon itself if I do this right. Let's go this way. Oh, teleport point. Nice, nice. Alright, that's all connected together. So now I want to come over here. Can't stop the murder. Actually starting to approach half the enemies in the game killed. That's, quite the death toll. Alright.
Would you want to live on a ship sailing around these weird rivers? Wow,
Let's go down there and get that room, I see. Now we want to go up and around. I see those enemies trying to figure out how to get to me. You know what? I'm gonna get to them first. Fill in some more empty space. Alright. Can we clear every room? Probably not in one sitting. This will have to be one I put up there along with Legendary Super Warriors. As a multiple session thing. So I'm going to do some Legendary Super Warriors, but I don't think I'm going to today. There will be plenty of time to do that in the future.
Oh, that's why it was
Okay. It still amuses me how not too long ago I'd walk into a big room like that and be like, oh no, I'm going to die, but now everything just kind of disappears before they get a chance to move. With few exceptions. Wait, really? Dang. Might actually look into that. Alright, now we're getting back into the big zones of rooms. Turn off my heater table, I'm getting a little overwarm here. There we go. Let's play Microsoft Excel. Oh, that is a frightening room even with my newfound powers. Oh no. It went fine though. There was no need to fear, but I was still afraid. Well, I do have Office 365. For work purposes, mostly. Use a lot of Word and PowerPoint in my day job. Yeah, Access is kind of, a lot of people consider it more like baby's first database software. It's fine, it does what you need it to do if you're looking into using Access. You know, I've never played EVE Online. I did back in the bulletin board systems day play, what was basically the text-based version of EVE Online, though, every now and again. I don't even remember the name of it anymore. It's been too long. That was a room that looked far more intimidating than it actually was. You know, you make that joke, but there was a lost, never fully realized add-on that was supposed to make the Game Boy more productivity-friendly. I forget what they called it. The Work Boy? Was it? They found some prototypes not too long ago, so you can kind of see what the idea was, and, it was an interesting idea. Don't know if I'll say it was a good idea, but... Nope, need to go up and around this way. Oh, I have erred. I should not have done that. Ah, someone to ban. The Game Boy Color era had a lot of poor decisions around it. So video games in general have a lot of poor decisions around them. Just all the time. Constantly. Ouch. Oh, what is happening? Back off. Okay. Video games and anime, both mistakes. Alright, we're getting there, we're getting there. Actually hold the long enough to kill the thing, there we go. God, this map is a mess. Well, the stated object of this game is to figure out what's going on in this dungeon, which involves finding 3 special artifacts, replacing them where they're supposed to be, and then finding a 4th one and putting it where it's supposed to be. But you can only get the real ending if you explore every single room. And if you pick up the final artifact, you can no longer explore any more rooms. The game locks you into the base ending. Also turns all the monsters into real nasty little things. Over there. Okay. Wait, I missed something right there. I can get there from here, so let's get that before I have to figure out how to get back over here. Just one big map, and I've definitely missed tiny little rooms. Which is why you want to keep an eye on your explored thing up there. If you want to be absolutely sure that you're safe, you want to be exactly 1 room away from 100% map completion before you go and fight the 3rd regular boss. Because then once you beat the 3rd regular boss, the special item that you need to get the true ending will appear in that room with you. And it is just one big map, 3,000 rooms. And 10,000 odd monsters, although I've killed about half of them already. It is nice that no new monsters will generate, but they do move around a fair bit. Alright, there we go. Down to the bottom. I could go get the regular ending right now by going and actually doing what the game tells you to do, as opposed to the busy work version. If you just go for the regular end, you can actually finish this game fairly quick if you know... Well, if you get lucky, because it's randomly generated. Okay, there we go. I don't know if everything happens if you kill every enemy in the game. I think the one time I got the true end years and years ago, I did not. Because let's be real, it's kind of a pain in the butt to track them all down. Where to the orb? Where to the ant? Another orb. That was a little frightening. If we end up in the vicinity of one of the PSI keys, maybe I'll go fight one of the bosses while I'm just kind of randomly wandering around here. Spice things up a little bit. It's a teleport point. Just don't have enough gems to actually be able to upgrade anything, so no point in bothering. Orbs catch me off guard when there's other enemies in the room. Another one. All the side keys in this map generated like right by each other, which is a little amusing. I don't know where I am in relation to those. Let's look real quick. There's a boss room. Yeah, they're all up here. So we're kind of working our way up there. The map generally ends up being roughly a big square, but it always looks a little weird because the rooms connect kind of strangely in a lot of places. Ouch. Knew I was gonna take a hit there. Okay. Alright, that's all connected back together. Good, good. Alright, and that's all connected back together. Nice. Should be heading more up in general, but we'll get there eventually. Not that way, though. Finding lots of dead ends. Didn't expect that to just go to a little two-room dead end. Clear out these big rooms. It's a little bit less in terms of what we need to deal with, but we can now afford a shield upgrade. Where's the center? Where's the center? There it is. We got a decent amount we haven't explored about the main room, so let's hang out here for a little while, I guess. Oh, who's approaching me? Oh, many things, okay. So many monsters have awoken. Okay. I do like the music in this game, with the exception of the Here's Woodman's theme, for some reason. The original music in the game is good, though. Okay, there. There. There's little basic enemies in this area. Running around killing the more advanced ones. You guys do all die. I don't need you guys to all die, but I would appreciate it if you all died. Got caught off guard by that orb again. Alright, we're over half the monsters down. Not bad.
Is there anything to do in here? I don't think so. It's just Timor and
Alright.
as far as it'll let me go, so I get the
Okay. So we can only get into that area up that way, so let's do that real quick. There we go. Now let's start going up. Kind of want to fight one of the bosses, even though it's probably not the ideal time to do so. Spice things up. Get there eventually, maybe. I could just make a beeline for what I keep saying I want to do, but instead, I don't. At the 1,500th room, I'll have to like take a look at the map so we can see what half the map ended up looking like from the route I took wandering around. So I bet it'll be a weird shape. The real trick about those invisible guys is you don't get the reticle around them, so you can't tell when they are actually going to die from one of your attacks. You have to just kind of like guess. You get a feel for it over time, but it's still a little tricky. Yeah, we got a lot of lives. Whoa! Hello, room. If I remember, I'm gonna need those lives for the bosses. The bosses in this game are very mean.
Bye. Okay. Bye. Go talk to her again.
I forget if the manual actually says if these shadows aren't really doing anything bad, or if it's just they're in here and we're killing them because they be in here. Another boss room found. Can't go in there though. Just running straight to the right. Why? I don't actually know. Oh, we need to get out of there. That's bad. Luckily, it worked itself out. You're never invincible in this game. You're just one poor decision away from immense harm. Idiot. Alright, connected all that back together. And found a dead end. Teleport room. I guess everybody from down there is just gonna come up here and see me. Ah, delicious. I should eat something at some point. Maybe later. Oh. The same boss room from a different angle. Let's start working our way back upwards. Find What we can. Whatever that is really trucking. Ah, it's an orb. It's an orb, and this is not the right room for this. Okay. You another orb? No, you're two monsters standing on top of each other, in fact. Okay. Oh, this is becoming a real party. I don't like this. Okay. Keep saying I'm gonna go north, and I just don't do it. North, eventually. Yep, here come some more friends. So many friends, and then we kill them. Just like you do with your real friends. Oh, we also broke half the rooms. So let's take a look at the map. Here's what the map looks like, half explored. You can see where I went up to go get a treasure room specifically up in the north, via like one thin hallway. That kind of amuses me. To be fair, I suppose if we kill everything, exploring the rest of the rooms will be a lot faster. Okay. Whoa. I feel like I've just decided to go on, like, an enemy hunt in general. Search and destroy. Ah. Okay. Wow, this is a zone full of very mean things. Okay. $10,000 is a statistic. Well, we've hit the point now where we're just going straight up anti-north. Okay. Dead end. Limit dudes. Another couple of dudes. Another dead end. Alright. Oh, it's an orb, okay. Slightly bigger room for orb fight. Ouch. Took that damage real quick. Sudden music change. No, 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 no. You stay down there. No, 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 no. Stay away. Stay away. Thank you. Another one. Kill all but one of the enemies and just leave it forever. What a jerk move that would be. Oh, I didn't hold that long enough. Okay. Another one! Oh, I must have killed it. Okay. Alright, where am I actually on the map? I have somehow managed to go all the way to the bottom corner in my quest to go up. Man, I'm bad at going up. I don't know how I managed this. I've also found just an entire dead-end wing. Cool. Oh my god, that means you have to go all the way around to get to that one room right there. That's terrible. I almost feel like we should go around to get that room, just because it's going to be a real pain in the butt at any point to get. So let's do that, actually. Let's circle around. Yeah, we're down in this corner that's otherwise completely inaccessible, so let's clear this out and then see about going up. Oh, that's why there's two of you in there, okay. I was wondering how I took that hit so quickly. Yeah, and the compass point just being like, go the other way, go up, please. Alright. There we go. That little cut-off area has been covered now. You know what? Just to encourage myself a little bit. Let's just forcibly hop ourselves up in the direction of where the rooms that we want to go to are. Before I stop for the day, I would like to show off at least one boss. Let's keep going. Woohoo! Everybody woke up. Oh no. Oh. They all died very quickly. Gotta have some amount of progress in this game. Alright. Well, I guess you could say killing 60% of all enemies that exist is progress, in a sense. But it is not required progress. It's just helpful. Okay. I want to fight, so I keep gravitating towards these big rooms full of enemies. This one did find me a teleport point, though, so that's actually pretty good. Keep gravitating away from the big fights. And instead fight lots of little men's. I have worked myself entirely into the wrong corner again, because I am very good at video game. I can't help it, I just want everything to be dead. Including me. I get my wish if I keep playing like that. I was complaining about not knowing where any of the teleport points were earlier on, but I've found them. I'm finding them all now. I have woken up like every enemy in a 10-mile radius, and I regret it. And I wish I could actually get, like, really spicy ramen here in Japan, but for the most part, spicy here means a little warm. They don't do the murder spicy that I kind of like. I've been going out of my way to find the big groups of enemies instead of doing what I keep saying I'm going to do, because I guess I'm just a liar at heart. To eat your souls, shadows. Turn your souls into crystals and let me eat them. Ain't gonna be anything left to fight me. I've elected to go north via not going north again, apparently. Get out of here, orb. I've worked myself back down into the corner again. The same corner. It keeps happening. Neither of those rooms are good for that guy. There we go, this'll do. Alright, we're getting there. Slowly moving. Soon there'll be nothing left alive to distract me if I keep this pace up. Okay. Don't worry, we'll get there eventually. I'm not even sure where there is anymore. But we'll get there. I don't know why I liked it to stand right by that door when I knew there was a bunch of stuff coming. Running into more and more blobs. Yeah, this time wasn't pointing straight north, so we've made some progress. Of course, I can't actually go that direction from where I am currently. Gotta go up and around. Yes, I do realize I'm going exactly the opposite direction it just told me to. I can't help it, apparently. The call of battle is too strong. If only, I'd be like invincible in real life. As opposed to extremely damaged. Oh, I actually need to go not north, I need to go kind of down and to the right. He says, going to the left. Alright, clearly this is where all the awakened monsters ended up. Come on. We done? Apparently we'll never be done with the chasing enemies. Seriously? Don't need you guys following me to the end of the earth. Oh, I've gotten closer to a different one now. Oh yeah, those two are actually about equidistant. Let's go over to the right. Let's see what special prize we can find. First, let's get rid of some of these guys, because I don't want them sneaking up on me while I'm enjoying my special prize. 66.6% monsters killed. A good percentage. Oh yeah, we can go up and around and we'll be there. So if we go down into this door, we will be here. This big spooky room full of big spooky monsters with a bow. Alright. Here is our first psi key. The Divine Bow Gondiva. Let's go need to take that to a boss room. I'm not sure if it's a specific boss room or if any of them will work. I do see that we could get another point of charge or refill as well. Getting another point of charge would be nice. Alright, let's... do some more murders. Always be murdering. That's rule number one of being a psychic. Always be running away from danger. That's rule number two. I see a big old room that needs a lot of murdering done. Mission accomplished. Give me that charge. I feel a little bad for that one base enemy in that tiny little room. Let's go. Whoa, hello. You know what? This is a boss room. Let's see if we can get into the boss room right here, shall we? No, there's specific boss rooms. Okay, good to know. This one is more up. It's more up. Let's... Must be this one. Idiot. Alright, let's do it the slow way, I guess, since, what I was attempting to do doesn't seem to want to work. There we go. Okay. Now then. Yeah, it's this one. Let's go check out the boss room for real this time. See a boss in this game. Oh my god, it's not this one. Where dost thou wish me to go, game? Alright, fine. I'll play your game. Maybe I've got things backwards. Maybe I'm misremembering. I accept fault in this. I am but a fool. Took a little bit of a beating there. I just want me to go pick up another treasure. Is that it? 'Cause I can do that. And we also have that spear. I wonder if we circle back around. If we can go into that boss room now. Which implied the bow needs to go down to that one way down in the corner, which is a little bit of a bother. But we'll have to go down there eventually anyway, I guess. So it wants me to go straight down. What are you pointing at? Yeah, it wants to pick up the third treasure. I would like to not die right here. That would be excellent. I guess we can go pick up that last treasure. Then we can just kind of bumble into the boss rooms in any order we want, I guess. Wasn't expecting to play through this much of the game in one sitting, but c'est la vie. Alright. Hey, I almost had 2,000 to 3,000 rooms. Oop, orb. Might as well knock out these guys while we're here. A lot of fear. I wasn't afraid of anything, and now I'm afraid of everything. I'm taking a lot of hits I don't need to be taking. Ooh, speaking of, that was an unwelcome surprise. All right. Come on. Come on. Should be going down towards that treasure room, but instead... murder. There's just so much murder. Readily available. Ah, good, another person to ban. It's rolling on up here. Buy followers, get out of here with that crap. If I wanted followers, I'd make them like everybody else. In a lab. Lives. Okay. Clear out the Orcus pit entirely. Get out of here, monsters. No room for you in here anymore. Only positive vibes. I feel like they're actually starting to track me more aggressively as I kill them off. I'm not sure if that's accurate. It makes sense, though. Because at this point, I'm clearly going out of my way to kill them. Above and beyond what duty demands of me. Merit demands blood. But only in crystal form. No liquid blood, please. And there we go, room number 2000. In that white space, there are still 1,000 rooms left to find. Alright. Another path. Still need to go to the left. Almost at 75% monster kills, too. Not bad at all. Being a semi-efficient murder machine. Getting harmed by not looking at the screen correctly. We will eventually see a boss someday. I promise. I feel like I shouldn't make promises. Holy cow, okay. All dead. Nope, this way. Alright. Rooms being cleared. Monsters also being cleared. This is the way it must be. That room suddenly got very threatening. Alright. Yeah, I thought that'd be a dead end. Alright, 75% monsters. I saw that conga line coming. I'm not looking forward to that showing up. I was right to not look forward to this showing up. Oh boy. Okay. Holy cow, it's getting dark in here. That was extremely stupid. Wow, I can't believe I went all this way and there's like just a teleport point. That connects down to where I've already explored. That all connected around nicely. Alright, we're almost to the treasure room. So might as well pick that up. You know, while we're in the area. That should be it right next door there. There we go. Yep, that's it. pick up our prize, which this time is a sword. There we go. Now we have all 3 of the treasures. We just need to take them to all 3 of the boss rooms. And we can get the basic ending. Oh, this room is suddenly filling up with a whole bunch of nonsense. Yeah, taking damage I don't need to be taken, but it's fine. Show these guys who's boss. It's me. I'm boss. Found where all the enemies are. Not mean to walk out of the room like that, but whatever, it worked out. It wants me to go down that way, huh? It wants me to go down to that room. Well, we can start working our way that way, I suppose. See some rooms over there I did not get. Let's get those real quick. By some I apparently mean exactly one. Okay. There's one up this way too. Okay. And there we go. Alright, where are we? Yeah, we're close, we're close. Alright. Boss time. Finally. Here we have Meridian, who's a big old wormy dude. Of the bosses, he is not the most threatening. I do kind of like this boss theme, though. It's very simple. The buffer you are, the more health and shots and whatnot they will fire out, which is a good way of keeping them from being a cakewalk if you get super buff like I did. Every boss has 3 phases, I want to say. For Meridian here, they're not too different from each other. But some of the later bosses get a little nuts. And now Meridian's just gonna get real fast and spammy. And very wiggly. But really, you just want to kind of hide out behind these pillars when you can. And they mostly foil this boss in particular. Ah, took a hit, dang. Thought maybe I'd be able to get him for once. Alright. And with that, we leave the sword in this room. And now all the enemies have now gotten a little bit faster and stronger.
Does that sound like the name of a ship?
As they do.
I think it sounds like a name of a ship. I christened the ship.
You find a save point. Got a little surprised by that blob, I'll be honest. They get a lot more threatening, though, as you can tell by the fact that I'm just taking loads of damage all of a sudden. Alright. That's a bad engagement room. I am honestly surprised I did not take damage there. Whew. Okay. Oh my god, it's all orbs all the way down. Please. I repent. I lied, I don't repent at all. I'm here to kill all of you. Alright. Dead. Poor decisions being made, as always. A little too fast. Alright. Not bad. Not bad. So I'm gonna go back to that save point. Right there. And, it's going on 5 o'clock. I think it is time for me to think about food. So for now, I believe I will stop. But I do want to finish this playthrough eventually. So, another day, another time. But for now, later guys. I'm off to eat.